allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So the first thing on our agenda is the consent agenda. Approval of minutes of March 4th, approval of payroll, approve vouchers, approve and sign monthly earnings and collection statements from the clerk, clerk of district court, and the sheriff.
Madam Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve as presented. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. The next thing on the agenda is development standards and regulations update. For that today, two things. Number one, at the end of next week, we will be starting our open houses again with some response information from the consultant from the last couple open houses that we've had. Those meetings will start on Wednesday, March 26th at Clark from 11 to 1, and on Wednesday, March 26th at the Hart Mountain Hall at the Fairgrounds in Powell from 5 to 7 p.m. On Thursday, March 27th from 11 to 1 at the Meeteetse Conservation District office. And on Thursday, March 27th from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Wapiti School Gym on the North Fork. Then on Monday, March 31st from 11 to 1 at the Cody Auditorium. And Monday, March 31st from 5 to 7 p.m. at the South Fork Fire Hall. So those that want to review the input that's been received, and as we move forward with this process, those would be, you don't have to go to the one in your area, but it does help as far as the information that they'll be providing. We also have our consultant on the agenda today, and I think they're on at 10:30. They will be giving a brief update to what they have received so far. Any other update from the commissioners on DSR?
Madam Chair, just that we're working with PNC
Oh, this afternoon.
this afternoon.
Yes, we do have a work session this afternoon with planning and zoning on DSR 1 to continue working through the requested suggestions that were made on chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you. Okay. With that, a little bit ahead of schedule, but it'll be fine. Would you like to come forward? The next thing on our agenda is an interview for the State Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board. And my apologies. Representative Huft applied early on, and that application got lost in our email shuffle with changing administrative assistants, and things went to spam. So we just now got everything sorted out and got it scheduled, and I really do apologize.
Well, it's perfectly all right.
So if you'll tell us a little bit about yourself and why
Okay.
you're interested in being on the State Shooting Complex Board.
So I will open up front, and good morning, commissioners. Thank you for inviting me here. I will say right up front, we could have a conflict. I don't know yet. I put a question into the Legislative Service Office and they haven't responded yet. I'll see if I can get them to follow up, and whatever ruling they give me, I'll pass that on. But,
Okay.
So I am involved in the shooting sports all of my adult life. And I was a director at the Cody Shooting Complex from 1998 to 2004. And I've been a executive director of the Hart Mountain Rod and Gun Club since 2007 and a treasurer all that time. I am a certified NRA firearms instructor and range safety officer. And so I've been involved in, like I say, the shooting sports my adult life. I was encouraged to apply for this through Ross and several others that have started on this endeavor. And I quite honestly have a pretty full plate with being in the legislature also, but I really want this to be successful and provide any input that I can to help it along. I've been involved in a small way in some range development and seen what can happen when you don't plan things out for the long term. In Cody, great shooting complex that we have north of town here, but it was started with one entity and then they just started adding without taking into consideration, in which now they've pretty much got everything's fixed, but through a lot of angst and work and spending money that they didn't have to with if they'd have put a plan in to begin with. And so when I see those things, and it's no different in Powell, we run into those same things, and we've been able to correct many of the safety issues that have gone on. I would like to see this endeavor succeed and be done. And I have a lot of contacts in the state. I know people in Riverton who have developed ranges. We have a lot of experience in Cody, people from all different kinds of backgrounds, but law enforcement and international shooting ranges. And so I can bring to the table my contacts and people I know and help this along. Am I an absolute expert? No, I learn something new every day. I meet new people in the industry every day. I do manage the sporting goods department at Murdoch's and Powell. And so I have a little bit of a pulse on what people like in the area and what's popular and what's kind of faded away. So if you have any other questions of me, that would be wonderful.
Okay. Mr. Stewart?
Representative, thanks for applying. This is kind of a dumb question since you're in legislation, but how do you deal with conflict?
How do I deal with conflict? Well, I think I'm a pretty good listener. I personally, and of course, my background, I was in the automotive industry for 43 years, and I retired as a service manager from Garvin Motors in Powell. And most of my conflict resolution is, one-on-one, just sit down and talk about it. There isn't anything that can't be overcome with, honest conversations and resolve problems. But my policy always in management is praise in public and correct in private, because there's nothing worse than a conflict resolution and embarrassing somebody in a group. That just doesn't work. It never works. It's not a good way to move forward in anything. And one of the things, and so how that goes. But yeah, that would be, I guess, my 10,000-foot view on that. But I can work with anybody, and that's true. And you have to.
Well, again, thanks for applying, but I think you're definitely qualified. So as long as we can get past that first hurdle.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I'm hoping they respond. I was hoping they would respond by yesterday, but they haven't yet. So I may have to give them a bump. They are continually busy down there. So I'm sure. Yeah.
Commissioner Teal?
Madam Chair, Paul, also thanks for applying, and sorry we somehow got lost in the shuffle earlier. If we hadn't, we maybe be farther ahead, and we'd maybe backtracking on a possible conflict of interest, but we'll see where that goes. Appreciate all your work that you've done, and you've certainly been involved. And I guess where my question is, with your involvement with Heart Mountain Rod and Gun Club and the Cody Shooting Complex, moving into this level and creating a joint powers board, do you think that, not so much the Heart Mountain, I think they've always got along, but there has been some drama and conflicts at the Cody Shooting Complex, and with the joint powers board, do you think that can be avoided?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Thiel, yes. A lot of what happens, one of the reasons I backed away from the Cody Shooting Complex were some of those issues. It does get a little bit frustrating when you're not moving forward. You should be moving forward as a group and figuring out what we want to avoid. In the state shooting complex will probably be much different you will have all these different entities. So you got your trap shooters and your long range rifle shooters. You got all these different groups. What you want to do is try and bring the brightest people to the table to work together. What happens in, like, for instance, that happened in the shooting complex, you would have a board meeting and the entity leaders would have several people sitting behind them, and everybody's got a different idea instead of letting that entity leader do his job. I think the important thing to do would be just to bring those people to the table. And when you have a huge room full of people trying to decide which way an organization is going to go, it turns into chaos. Being on the board in Powell, we have the executive board is directed by the directors, and they're the ones that bring everything to the table, and we listen to them. They pretty much run the range. I mean, all the executives do is run the meeting and make reports where we're at, but the directors of each entity, they do a great job. And as an example, the only problem with a lot of volunteer organizations like that, and as well, you all know, once you get a job, it's hard to get rid of it. So many people, I think our president's been the president for 33 years or something like that. But he does a great job running a meeting, and the directors run the range. So,
Well,
yeah.
once again, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I totally agree with you. I think this is the right direction moving forward. If we,
what I would say is there's lots of examples in the country. I have shot competitively at Raton a number of times, and watching how their boards run is pretty interesting. That's a big place, and it seems to run pretty smooth. So if we look at other places that are doing well, that's what you copy. As a successful competitor, I watch what the guys who win do, and that's what we want to do. Is we want to do, look, let's watch what the other ranges are doing and do what they're doing if they're winning.
Okay. All right. Yep. I'll just echo what everyone else has said. Thank you for applying, and sorry we missed you on the first earlier in this. So my question, I kind of a two-part. What do you say to members of the public who don't support the shooting range? I'm sure you've heard and seen a lot of members of the public have a lot of concern about the expenditure of taxpayer dollars. So what do you say to them to kind of reassure them that this is going to be a successful entity in our county?
Okay. Chairman Overfield, Commissioner Simone. So I have heard plenty of pushback. And the big concern is Park County tax dollars. I spoke on the floor in favor of the shooting range. First of all, the funds were already earmarked for it. When we make a commitment like that, are we going to move forward or just going to sit there? I've been assured by those that have started this that within 4 years that it would be self-sufficient. I guess I take people at their word, and that's what I tell others. I think it can be self-sufficient. We have to go after partners in the industry, and there's plenty of them down in Cheyenne. Especially Weatherby was seemed pretty interested. I know Commissioner Stewart was there with others, and there's a lot of positive input. There's a lot of people that want to be involved in this. And so what I tell people is that there's a lot of support from the industry, and those are the people that are going to be coming to help get this going. They're going to put their money in also. They want it to win. It's a win for the state of Wyoming. So in that, what I tell them, I said, if we're the most friendly Second Amendment state in the nation, everybody's looking this way. Why not be the leader in this and promote it? We all have, I will tell you, I sat in on the way back from Cheyenne, I had a meeting in Casper with the Wyoming Single Action Shooters. And there's 6 of us, 6 clubs in the state that meet once a year. And this was the number one complaint I heard. It wasn't the money. It was why our like why our town didn't get this.
Mhm.
And I told them, I said, because Cody did all the work. So they put themselves out there and did a lot of, Forward Cody did a lot of work and checked all the boxes that was required. And so in that is why Casper or Gillette or many of the others did get it. And when you do all the work, you get all the rewards. So yeah. I didn't hear any kickback about how much it was going to cost. So it was just that they didn't get it. So yeah.
Mr. Mandel.
Thanks for applying, Paul, and getting through Kelly's spam barrier. I was talking to the Powell Panther shooting club that they have, and they use the Hard Mountain Rod Gun Club, and the kids were looking so forward to the new Wyoming shooting complex, but the director said it's probably going to be cost prohibitive. Do you think that this is going to be a competition for the Cody shooting complex at Hart Mountain at all?
Chairman Overfield, Commissioner Mangold, I don't. Our communities have their own shooting ranges. I see the state shooting range to be used as what I look at would be much larger events, things like that. I would hope that it would be easily utilized by our local folks. But like for me, I only live 3 miles away from the Powell range. I wouldn't drive all the way over here for an afternoon practice session. We in Powell, we have 450 members. And one of the things we do there, and this would be one of my inputs to the new range over here, our youth are the future of the shooting sports, and we do have strong youth teams all throughout the state. If we could come up with a way that would make it cost effective for our youth to get into it, and that's one thing we do in Powell. There's the range fees are just replacement, whatever consumables they use, they just replace it. And we try to come up with a way to take it easy, because some of these kids, the shooting sports are not inexpensive. If you bought a box of shotgun shells lately, it's astronomical. It's gotten quite high.
Plus you can get a deal from Murdoch.
That's correct. I do. Wink, wink, nod, nod. We do find ways of cutting those costs for them. We do help with that because it's important, and our company also understands that. We have to, if we're going to introduce kids, and it's just like any sport, young people will find something they're really good at. And I will tell you, ladies, that if you've never tried trap, most women are better than men at it. So it's impressive. But I've coached a couple of different entities out there in beginning trap and skeet. I'm not that good at it, but it is fun. So
do you think that perception is going around now that it might be sort of an elitist situation, high-end shooters coming in, and it might be too expensive for the locals?
So I have heard that concern. I would be honest about that. I think if we're careful, we can do this to include all levels. One thing that I would like to see is if we could have some kind of a local membership drive that would give people a little bit of ownership that I'm involved with the range and want to see it move forward. And so what those fees would look like, I don't know. So we, in Powell, we do a family membership, and with the family membership, it's $50. If you want to bring your Uncle Bob out, there's no restriction. As long as there's a member present, someone else you can bring them. We don't require every last single person on the range to be a member. So those kind of things are helpful because you introduce people to the shooting sports. And we ended up gaining way more. In 2007, when I started, we only had 78 members.
Wow.
And now we got 350 through those kinds of policies. So
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear you talk about the youth. My granddaughter is currently at the National Collegiate Clay Shoot in San Antonio for the University of Wyoming, and visiting with them. They would love to have a range here in Wyoming that gave them that kind of challenge, I guess, and to be able to come up here. So appreciate those thoughts,
Okay.
working toward the youth.
Mhm.
I guess I don't have any additional questions from what they had. I did visit with the county attorney for a few minutes on the conflict situation, and his thoughts are it probably is, but I guess my question to you would be, are you willing to kind of weigh the two and see which one you want to do? I mean,
Right.
'cause-
Well, there's no way of me getting out of the oversight committee. I mean, I've been assigned that. And so,
Okay. They
yeah,
couldn't assign somebody else if you,
they may
determined?
be able to.
Okay.
I think the reason they chose Senator Larson and myself, because we're in the neighborhood.
Sure.
And so
Sure.
that way nobody'd have to travel up here.
might have the conversation with them and see
Right.
what they think.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a true story.
Well, if you'd let me know as soon as you.
Yeah,
know what's
absolutely.
happening.
We'll do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
appreciate
right.
that.
Okay.
Did you have any questions for us? Other
Um,
discussion?
I guess, is there a time frame? I haven't heard of a time frame and when they want to start moving forward on all this. And
Actually, my understanding is we're waiting for the appointments, both us and the city of Cody, until the governor signed,
Mhm.
which I guess he has until Friday.
Right.
And has not, so it won't be on our agenda today, but April 1st,
Mhm.
we will be choosing who the county puts on, and I think the city of Cody's ready to choose theirs. Once that is done,
Mhm.
the board can move forward. We have
Okay.
sent a set of tentative bylaws to the Attorney General's office for their review. And they are down there. We haven't heard anything back until we get the
Okay.
board in place, and then the
Alright.
board can work through 'em.
I know the governor was the one who started this whole thing. And so I would be surprised if he didn't sign
Yeah,
it. So,
yeah.
yeah.
That's kind of been my thought, but we're still waiting.
I hope so. All that work there's been a lot of hard work. I've been
Yes.
impressed with the amount of work that people put into this. And
Yeah.
it has a great potential. I'd love to see
Cool.
this thing take off. And, it'd be just the greatest thing to have in our neck of the woods here, a world-class shooting complex.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Mhm.
Anything else from the commission? I think we're good.
All right.
Thank you, and you'll be in touch.
Well, thank you for
Okay.
inviting me. All right.
All right, thanks.
And by the way, it's really strange being on this side.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Gotta turn this thing over twice. Okay. Hi. Next thing on our agenda. Over here. Is a public hearing, a new full retail liquor license for Rimrock Dude Ranch. And Carrie from the county clerk's office will be presenting that for us.
Do we have to start right at 9:55?
Well, yeah, that
2 minutes.
that clock's a little fast, so yeah, we can wait a minute. Just looking at the one on the wall, and I should be looking at the one on the computer.
Madam Chair, will we have a minute? If the governor doesn't sign by Friday, it moves forward without a signature, correct?
Not necessarily. I think there's a couple that he could veto it.
Well, you could veto it, but
Yeah, we just don't know. Yeah, we just have to know it's official one way or the other. Yes, it could move forward without a signature.
he could not sign it, it could move forward without.
I
his signature.
think so. I think that's true.
But is that true on a spending type situation?
I don't know. If there's appropriation with it, I don't know. Yeah. I guess we'll know more after Friday. Okay, I think we're at 9:55. So Carrie, if you would
Thank you.
like to go ahead and present the new full retail liquor license for Rimrock Dude Ranch.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. I am Carrie Smith, Second Deputy in the Park County Clerk's Office. And on February 24th of 25, we got a full retail liquor license application from Rimrock Dude Ranch. The ranch is located at 2728 North Fork Highway. That's here in Cody. They would like a guest ranch designation with this full retail liquor license. That just means that they can serve beverages anywhere on the property. And they have to fall within a criteria with the state, and I'm sure they will meet that.
Okay.
I did submit the application to the state and they did approve it. The business itself is in good standing with the state of Wyoming. And so currently Park County has, with this one, it'll be 22 full retail liquor licenses. That leaves us 2 more. And then I know when we renew in July, Mountain Liquor won't be renewing because they were annexed into the city of Meeteetse. So they will have a city license. And with that, I will put it to your consideration.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so I would ask if there's any public comment regarding this liquor license request. Any public comment? And for the third time, any public comment on this request?
Madam Chair,
Hearing none, questions from the commissioners?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. Questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Carrie, did they actually have a liquor license before? They just wanted the Dude Ranch designation?
So they already have one across the street. And what their problem was, is they were having a because they would purchase things for the ranch and then they would just bring it across the street and serve it. But they were using someone else's, their other liquor license.
Okay.
And so they were just trying to make it easier
All
on
right.
all involved so that they have
Yeah.
separate books.
And Madam Chair, I forgot they actually have the restaurant across the
Mhm.
street too,
Yep.
so.
Any further questions or concerns from the commissioners?
I guess I'm a little question. So does that give them 2 liquor licenses or they're just modifying this one
So one is gonna be held under the Dude Ranch and the other one is under, is it Trail Shop?
under the restaurant itself?
Yeah, at the restaurant itself.
Okay.
Yes.
So in a sense, the owner will have 2, but they're separate.
Yeah, they're separate
businesses,
entities.
Entities, okay.
That is required by statute. An individual may not hold 2 licenses, but 2 entities can that are owned by the same person.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair, question for Hans. If I were to have the retail liquor license up on the mountain, Rimrock, without anything down below, can I off-site sell down there? So for instance, Rimrock has a one up on the hill, but not here. But now they do have one, but can you bring down and sell there without that?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Stewart, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking if they can sell anywhere on their property with the Dude Ranch designation. Is that correct? So that you're asking it?
Well, I understand the Dude Ranch and all that, but my question is, are them 2 separate deeded properties?
So they can sell anywhere on their property.
Even though
with
it's,
the Dude Ranch designation,
okay,
yes. Trail Shop does not have a Dude Ranch designation. They're specific to their location
Right.
at the restaurant bar and that property. The Dude Ranch designation on Rimrock will give them the opportunity to sell anywhere on their property. So they could have a chuck wagon dinner up on the mountain and sell out the back of the chuck wagon or at the lodge and sell.
Any further questions? Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, move to approve the full retail liquor license for Rimrock Dude Ranch.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the full retail liquor license for Rimrock Dude Ranch as presented. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, is there a person waiting to, we have someone that joined, or is that not?
I
For
think
this.
that's,
It's not for this. Okay.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It was in the basket. Yes.
Okay, we have about 10, to, another public hearing. You want to get some coffee or take a break for a minute?
I'll be able to be
Okay, it is 10:10. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for the restaurant at Remington Ranch. We have Jenny and Erica from the Planning and Zoning Department to present this SUP for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Remington Development LLC submitted a special use permit application on January 17th with supplemental materials. They request approval of a special use permit for restaurant, bar, and 3 short-term rental lodging units. The use is classified as a highway commercial business. It's located approximately 15.5 miles west of the city of Cody on the north side of Stagecoach Trail with an address of 53 Stagecoach Trail in Cody. It is in a GR5 zoning district, and highway commercial businesses are allowed in the North Fork planning area in a GR5 zoning district, provided a special use permit is approved. Neighboring land uses are residential and residential vacant land to the south and west, exempt federal and ag lands to the east, and a combination of residential and commercial land north and across the river. The Old Faithful RV Park is currently being developed on land across the river. The property is relatively flat with a gentle slope from south to north into the North Fork of the Shoshone. The majority of the property is within a special flood hazard area. 3 short-term lodging cabins and a restaurant lodge structure together with 2 septic systems have been permitted by the county, the use of which was permitted by an SUP previously. 1 septic system appears to have been constructed without a permit in previous years. 2 irrigation ditches run along the southern section of the property. Legal notice requirements were met. A site plan drawing with location maps and building floor plans were provided by the applicant and show the following. The use will utilize approximately 3.4 acres of the 15-acre property. Rental cabin 1 is a 1.5-story cabin with 2 beds for short-term rental. The main floor is 612 feet with a 306 square foot loft, half-story above the main level. Rental cabin 2 is a 1-story, 468 square foot, 1-bed short-term rental. A covered 234 square foot deck and a 243 square foot uncovered deck are attached to the cabin. Rental cabin number 3 is a 1-story, 1,037 square foot bunkhouse style cabin with 3 rooms, 1 bed in each room, short-term rental, also with a deck. The lodge restaurant with no rental or residential use is 2 stories with a combined floor area of 4,776 square feet. The lower level is 3,576 square feet and consists of the restaurant, kitchen, and an area designated as a garage, storage, office, utility space. The upper level is 1,200 square feet with a small balcony. The lower level has an attached deck as well. The applicant provided a written statement or written description of the proposed restaurant and short-term rental operation. Maximum occupancy of 99 persons is proposed in the restaurant lodge building, the entire building. That consists of 66 seats for the first floor dining area and the remainder consisting of bar patrons, staff, and occasional use of the second floor of the building for reservation, only private parties, meetings, and special events. The use is expected to employ approximately 11 full-time and 5 part-time staff. The restaurant will serve late lunches and dinner along with brunch on Sundays. Patio dining will be available when weather permits. The second level private dining and meetings will be available by reservation only. Employee and patron activity can be expected from 7 a.m. to midnight, Monday through Sunday year round. And short-term rental lodging, maximum occupancy for all cabins is 14 persons. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required, and DEQ reported that a restaurant must have a UIC permit since a commercial kitchen does not qualify as domestic waste and requires a grease trap. The Park County Treasurer stated the first half of the taxes were paid and the second half are due in May. Park County Weed and Pest will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. However, they recommend the applicant follow best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds should any disturbances arise. Park County Public Works feel their engineering review provided for the previous SUP applies to this use as well, and they stated the following in that initial response. Access is proposed from an existing gravel access drive from Stagecoach Trail. Stagecoach Trail is a county road classified as a secondary collector. The proposed use is not anticipated to result in a change in the classification of roadway. 700 vehicles is that threshold. The area west of the proposed use is part of a logic slide, resulting in ongoing subsidence and movement over a portion of the road. This section is currently not paved due to the ongoing maintenance challenges. If the traffic on the west end of Stagecoach Trail were to double, the county would likely need to look at centerline striping and additional traffic signage to help ensure safety. In 2017, Brian Edwards, the county engineer, met with an adjacent homeowner and noted some valid concerns regarding a direct line of sight from vehicle headlights. Straightening the access drive from the county road and moving the access further east should be considered. I believe a fence was put up to mitigate that at that time. It is a relatively long distance on a gravel road from the county road to the establishment, roughly 800 feet. They recommended the fire department be consulted to determine if any improvements are necessary to satisfy emergency access concerns. The state electrical inspector visited the site at the request of their contractor and discussed any disparities they found. No permitting is required on the electrical side. Fire inspector stated the restaurant will have a maximum occupant load of 66 on the first floor and a total of 99 occupants on both. They meet all fire apparatus access needs, and he is working with them to get current kitchen hood cleaning and suppression system documents put together. Game and Fish stated that while the property is within crucial mule deer winter range, it is already developed and has been used in the same capacity in the recent past. Therefore, they do not have any specific wildlife comments. A public comment was received in support of the proposed use. The only concern was that the bar is open until 2 a.m. or if the bar was open until 2 a.m. We just received another comment this morning that you all received. Their concern was maybe having a condition about the music. Park County Planning and Zoning reviewed the special use permit application during a public hearing on February 19th and recommended approval with conditions. The applicant made a statement of how compatibility will be achieved. They feel that the noise and traffic impacts will be less than under the previous owner's SUP because the current applicant proposes to provide fine food and quiet dining with no amplified music on the property. There will be decreased short-term rental occupancy from 9 beds to 6 beds, and no permanent residents will live on the property. The nearest neighboring residence is more than 450 feet from the nearest rental unit and 690 feet from the restaurant, with privacy fence between it and their property. A new RV park with rental cabins is across the river, and a short distance further west is Wapiti Lodge with a restaurant, bar, and lodging open 7 to 8 months of the year. Short-term rentals are common in the valley. Members of the Wapiti North Fork community have expressed support to the applicants for having a restaurant and bar. Signage and lighting at the entrance is proposed in an effort to keep customers from mistakenly going to the adjacent property. The rental cabins and restaurant have some existing outdoor lighting. They propose solar walkway lighting at the cabins, light poles on the southern edge of the restaurant parking lot, and lighting above the garage door in the restaurant building. All of the lighting will be controlled by a time clock, so the operation will be in unison with their business hours. And the light fixtures will be dark sky compliant, and photometrics will ensure there will be no light pollution on neighboring properties. Domestic water will be provided by an existing well. They are seeking public water supply classification of the well, and the applicant will be required to work with EPA and DEQ as necessary to obtain permitting. The use is not within any irrigation district. There are 2 private ditches crossing the southern section of the property, but the use should not impact those ditches. 6 parking spaces are required for the rental units by our regulations, and 12 parking spaces are required for the restaurant lodge use by our regulations. But they have provided a parking plan showing that they are providing parking spaces in excess of those county requirements. An underground injection control permit is required from the Wyoming DEQ. Electricity will be provided by Rocky Mountain Power and is currently connected. Any proposed signs must comply with our regulations and be permitted if necessary. There will be a bear resistant dumpster in the parking lot for solid waste collection by a private garbage collection company. All adequate services and infrastructure are not in place. Approved public water supply and UIC permits are required to meet that requirement. No specific criteria are identified for this use. It is within the flood overlay district, and any future development or substantial improvements to existing structures proposed within the special flood hazard area will require a floodplain development permit from the county or a letter of map amendment from FEMA. Site plan reviews required. No hazardous substances will be stored, handled, or disposed of on site. A runoff and erosion control plan is not required for this use. Special site plan standards do apply since it is in a North Fork planning area. No new development is proposed that will impact the stream or riparian areas. No new development is proposed on or near steep slopes. And the proposed use is not within 1 mile of a designated scenic byway. Should the Board of County Commissioners approve the special use permit, we recommend the following conditions. Number 1, approval is granted based on the applicant's proposal to operate a restaurant, bar, and 3 short-term rental lodging units. Number 2, any modifications to the use, including but not limited to expansion, placement of improvements, or increased intensity of the use will require an amendment to this SUP or a new SUP pursuant to the regulations in place at the time of the proposed change. Number 3, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number 4, prior to commencing the use, the applicant shall obtain all required permits from the county, Wyoming DEQ, and/or US EPA for the public water supply and domestic wastewater disposal. And the applicant, number 5, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the standards in the Park County development standards and regulations. And we're available to answer any questions, and I believe the
Thank you.
applicant can as well.
First, any questions for the commissioners?
Just one question. The application, Wyoming DEQ and/or EPA, were applications sent to both entities?
So the public water supply is handled by EPA, and the UIC permit is handled by DEQ.
Okay.
Any other questions at this time? Hearing none, this is a public comment. Are there any public comments? Any public comments? One more time, anyone from the public that would like to speak on this?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Would that would include the applicants? I'm wondering if
He's
anyone-
online. He's online.
Okay, yeah, and Earl did, or did
Yeah,
either of you?
You have a question, that's fine.
Okay. Gotcha. I was thinking someone did want to speak an update maybe.
Russ doesn't have his hand up, so I'm assuming that nothing new.
I can answer questions.
Oh. I think he has to unmute it.
There I go.
Great.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to, thank you guys for looking into this and considering this proposal that we have. I just want to, we met with many of the area people that would be looking and coming to that restaurant and bar and trying to address everyone's concern. The biggest thing was obviously the loud music. And that is something that we are not planning to do at all. There'll be no outdoor amplified music. We're trying to tame this thing down. We understand what it was previously, and we're not doing that. That's not who we are or what we're attempting to do here. Trying to provide, a service for the people in that area, because it's tough. Even when we're out there during the wintertime, having to come into town to have dinner or something, is something that is a burden for a lot of people. So we're just trying to provide that opportunity out there and hoping that everybody enjoys that we can do that. So.
Thank you. Yes. If you come forward and
Commissioners, Mr. Chairman.
state your name,
I just
state your
wanted to give you a
name,
Quick update.
name, please,
Earl McKinney.
Thank you. For the record. Thank you.
The EPA application has been applied for. As of last week, they were still another 30 days out because they're doing mass mailings, whatever that is. I have not got an update from Cheyenne DEQ. They're very hard to get anybody to even squeak down there in Cheyenne anymore. As far as the UIC permit, these guys already have a 30-gallon per minute grease interceptor underneath the building. It's in pretty good shape. I've checked it out. The applicant has installed water meters in every location. Rawhide Mechanical did that. They're supposed to give me the serial numbers, the pictures, and additional readings. They agreed to read meters once a month, meet all EPA requirements for water testing. So that's what I know on that right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Hearing none?
Madam Chair, once again, I move to close public hearing.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. Commissioners, I guess I would just have a question about whether we have 5 conditions listed here. If we wanted to add a 6th condition about no outdoor amplified music, I think we're all aware of the complaints and the issues up there the last time. I do not know whether we want that as a condition or not. I'm just asking from the email that we received earlier.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we do add a 6th one for that. Just again, to protect the neighborhood from what, even though it was on there before, the other owners who we all know ignored that, but I would like to see it as a condition of no outside amplified music.
Okay. Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second to add condition, which would be condition number 6 for no outdoor amplified music with this SUP.
Madam Chair, question. And is this a motion to approve with 6th condition or just adding?
Just adding a 6th.
Which you've never done that, so I have no problem with it.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so now we have in front of us the request inclusive of 6 conditions.
Madam Chair, then I move to approve the special use permit 273 Remington Ranch special use permit as presented with conditions.
I'll second that. Just a point being made that we don't want planning and zoning tracking you down for the DEQ permit and the EPA permit. As soon as it comes in, make sure that the staff has that application, because we've had to try to track it down before, and we don't want to be a police force going out there.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to say that I have a pretty good working relationship with the planning and zoning department, and pretty much if I tell them something, I can stand by it. Okay.
And it's our understanding that there will be no use as a restaurant until those things are received, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion to approve with the 6 conditions?
Madam Chair, I would just echo what Commissioner Mangold said. I think for me, I have some reservations because to me, these are 2 major things that are not completed. But I do understand that there's the DEQ and the EPA is a process, but the regulation does say that the proposed development shall provide evidence that an adequate quantity and quality of water is available. And so without those 2 things, I don't feel like we're totally meeting the threshold of what the regulation requires. And so I do think that puts more work on the planning and zoning department to try to police that. And so I would just echo Commissioner Mangold and say that definitely needs to get done, and that there should, the conditions is that there will be no commencement of use of the restaurant until that's in place. And to me, that's a major thing. So I do have some reservations about this SUP. So I just want that just to be noted.
Any other discussion on the motion,
Well, Madam
Commissioner?
Chair, I guess I agree with everything in this application, everything in there, the SUP, but I'm kind of like Commissioner Simone. I have a real hard time moving it forward until that stuff is met. I mean, I feel I would like to see it continued, so I don't have to go back through the process till they can provide that information. But I'm a little hesitant just to, you know, we've been bit by this before, not that these gentlemen are going to do that, but look how we've had it before. So I'm a little hesitant. I'm fine with continuing it, and then when that stuff shows up, then approving it. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I'm going to go back to our recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission that they recommend approval based on these conditions. Condition 4 basically specifically says they cannot commence use until they have these. There's other things that are required before they can start operation. And if you read into the attachment of the fire inspection, they have that, they have the food. I mean, there's lots of things, hoops that they have to jump to that we haven't addressed that are out of our control. This is a state requirement by the DEQ and the US EPA. So they have met the county's requirements. There's many others. So I mean, I'm how far does the county, I don't put it on our planning and zoning to police all these state and federal agencies. They've met what we need to do. We've already addressed the conditions. They have to meet all the other state stuff before they can operate. I think it's a done deal.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Teal, I guess I would disagree with you because the regulation does not say that it has to demonstrate that they've applied. The regulation says they shall provide evidence that an adequate quantity and quality of water is available. And without that permit, I don't think you've met the regulation, the threshold of the regulation. That's how the regulation's written. It's not that you've applied. I would agree with you if the regulation was written that they have applied for these things, but that's not what it says.
But don't you, Madam Chair, don't you agree condition 4 covers that?
I'm not on, let me see where.
Condition 4 says, prior to commencing the use, the applicant shall obtain all required permits from the county, Wyoming DEQ, and the US EPA for public water supply and domestic wastewater disposal. They cannot be operational
Yeah.
based on that condition
But-
until they are approved by those agencies.
I agree with what you're saying, but I think then that puts more work on the planning and zoning board or the planning and zoning department, excuse me. You know, and I'm not saying they're going to do this, but if somebody did move forward and commence use, now planning and zoning has to go monitor that. And I think you avoid that if you have these permits in place before. And so I lean more towards what Commissioner Stewart said. I think once these are in place, I'm totally comfortable with the SUP. And I don't want to make them have to go back through the process. So I'm kind of in the same boat of continuing it until they're obtained. And I realize we don't have a time frame on that.
Can I just add one more?
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Simone, then how would you address FDA or the state fire inspector and all that? Because they have conditions as well. We didn't address them. So to me, almost we shouldn't even have that condition in there because those are not agencies that we are required to police. But we somewhat are because of safety, right? So why shouldn't we, how far do you want it to go?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Teal, it's my understanding that I guess maybe if I'm understanding your question correctly, I don't think either of those two entities you just mentioned require permits.
Yes, I do.
Commissioner, even if they do, the one regulation that Commissioner Simone read deals directly with our regulations dealing with water. And that's straight out of our regulations. We don't have any regulations in our regulations in Park County that deal with FDA and those kinds of things. That's up to the restaurateur. But as far as water supply, we do have a regulation that they are to be able to prove that that water is there.
Madam Chair, I agree, until it moves to a commercial use, which then it is out of our jurisdiction. It is part of the state's requirements.
I don't think it says that. Does it?
No, it doesn't say commercial in that.
And maybe that's something we need to look at, but it doesn't state that.
Yeah, perhaps.
Well, right now, we have a motion on the floor to approve with the 6 conditions as provided. Any further discussion on that motion?
Just a comment on condition number 4, and as far as the application for the SUP, the SUP would be basically void if the required permits weren't obtained. So the entire SUP is based on the permits already, and prior to commencing the use shall obtain all required permits. And that's the stipulation of the SUP, one of the many that we've had on there, the 6 conditions. So if those permits aren't available, then the SUP is no. So I think that this part covers how the SUP actually exists. And I think the staff recommendation of number 4, and it coming through planning and zoning stipulates that. So that's why, we could sit and wait forever for the DEQ to come through, but or the EPA, and just waiting for that. And if the permits don't come, then the SUP is void. I'm not a lawyer. I don't want to be a lawyer.
Madam Chair, clarification.
Yes.
Just to confirm, those permits would have to come through you guys?
So DEQ and EPA will issue those for the public water supply and the UIC. There's still the only other thing, there's the one septic system that was put in without a permit. I want to say in 2017-ish or something prior to this ownership, but so I'm not sure if that will be taken care of along with the DEQ UIC permitting. That's something else that would be the only thing that the county will probably have a part in, I guess.
But I guess, Madam Chair, what I'm asking is, would the DEQ and the EPA, would they send those reports to you or only to the applicant?
Typically only to the applicant. They may, yeah, typically. We don't see that, but that's where
So
Earl would send it on to us.
I think that's part of the hard part here is we know that DEQ and EPA can take a long time to respond to anything. And this kind of keeps things moving forward from the county standpoint as far as time. If we did wait for those 2 things to show up, then we've still got, after that, a 45-day advertising period and a public hearing period and all that. So it would significantly slow things down if we have to, or determine that in the future, we're going to wait for those things to get here. But we need to decide if that's what we want to do and how much work this puts on our planning and zoning department.
Madam Chair, I certainly don't want the applicant to have to wait a lot of time because he's gonna want to get the stuff done for the critical season, because we all know that's when they make their money. This one for me is tough, like I said, because of what I've stated. If we could I would be not totally comfortable, but maybe a little more comfortable if we could add into number 4 that upon receival of those those permits and everything, that he provides a copy to planning and zoning.
Is that an amendment to the motion?
So the motion, Let it ride.
Madam Chair, would it be easier to just, I could, since I made the motion, I would acknowledge the modification of condition
Friendly
4
amendment.
as amended.
Now, second the amended motion.
So we have a friendly amendment to add on to condition number 4, that those documents, when received, will be immediately provided to the planning and zoning office. Correct? Is that your understanding? Okay. So back to the original motion with that amendment to number 4, to approve with the conditions 1 through 6, with condition 4 being amended. Any other discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, I maybe just would ask planning and zoning, and I see Chair from the Planning and Zoning Commissions here. So given that regulation, I guess I'd like to know your rationale or how you reasoned through making the recommendation. So if you know the regulation states X, then what rationale did you get to make to number 4? So how you made that decision?
Mr. Bonine, I think she's directing that to you. If you'd like to
Just maybe
come.
they have a different.
Okay, it's actually in the county regulations as far as water suitability. It's the regulation for being able to prove potable water, basically, and water suitability for the project. So,
Madam Chair, okay, the PNC staff generally provides a list of recommended conditions for the commission to consider, just like we do for you. And so we would have provided that condition as the thought for them as part of that discussion. Meeting that condition, meeting requirements.
So Madam Chair, Joy, so in your opinion, the way this regulation, because for me, it's all about what the regulation says, right? Like we follow statute, we follow regulation. So for me, that's where I'm struggling, is that the regulation says one thing and we're kind of doing an exception to the regulation. And so is this a spot where you would say that this regulation needs to be looked at through our process that we're working on now? So that when we have these issues, because I understand that the problem is EPA and DEQ, and I don't want to hold them up either. And we don't have control over that. So is that something that we need to change in the regulation to make this exception? So we're not having this.
Sure, I can't hear.
Sorry. It's certainly an option to amend your regulations to accommodate this type of thing. I think it's going to be really important during round 2 of the TSR amendments to address the requirements for all applications. Because for staff, we wouldn't typically move an application like this forward this incomplete, because water and sewer feasibility are required. But the applicant also doesn't want to spend maybe $10,000, $15,000, $30,000 going through those DEQ and EPA approvals only to find out they're going to be denied by you. So it's a touchy situation when there's a lot of money on the line for an applicant. We're not in the business of necessarily wanting to hold them up and not enforce our own rule, but at the same time, there's risk, and who's going to pay for that risk? So that's why we push it through at their request, because they need an answer before they're going to make the expense.
Okay.
thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? So the motion on the floor is to approve with conditions 1 through 6, with condition 4 being modified for those permits to be immediately received by planning and zoning when received by the applicant. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously, we'll have a little work to do as we look at this in the regulations too. So, thank you.
Thank you. 273.
Okay, thanks, Earl. Okay, the next thing on our agenda, 10:30, Melissa Ruth with Logan Simpson, and she'll be on via Zoom. So, Kelly, I don't know if you need to. Okay, but, okay. And this is preliminary questionnaire results for the development standards and regulations amendments, and I appreciate your patience and waiting on us here a little bit as we work through a SUP process. So thank you. Melissa and Sophie, you're both still muted, so
Great. Can you hear me now?
yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. We have a couple of slides that we pulled together just to help visualize some of the results as you just kind of mentioned. We are still working through summarizing everything. We did get a significant number of responses on the questionnaire. So we just wanted to highlight kind of how this is plugging into other feedback and then what we're doing with that feedback. So I wanted to touch just briefly on schedule and then the outreach update, and then we'll highlight our upcoming events next week for those who may be unaware. So we're kind of straddling two phases right now, 2 and 3. You all are still working through round 1, but we are still working on compiling all the feedback from our last trip out there, as well as the additional work sessions that staff did over the past couple of weeks, and then prepping for our open house or planning area meetings next week. So we're kind of between 2 phases, but still working on really summarizing all of the feedback that we've received so far. So to date, we have received over 20,000 views on the project website, closer to 21,000, about 70 online draft comments, and that was just on that round 1. We had 300 plus people at our first round of open houses, including the additional ones that were added at the end of February and then early March. And then we had over 1,800 questionnaire responses, which is significantly higher than what we typically see for a rule or regulation update process. Typically, we see these sorts of numbers for a land use plan revisioning process. And then as you jump into the regulation process and update, those numbers drop off. So we're thrilled to see this many people who are interested in the process and want to provide input. It makes our job a lot easier, and also lets us kind of know what the public is thinking rather than having to make quite as many judgment calls. So we love to see these numbers. I wanted to congratulate kind of everyone who's provided input on the process, and thank you all for providing input, because like I said, typically we just don't see this high of a participation on a regulation process. So quick touch on the open house results before Sophie dives more into the questionnaire. As I mentioned, we were out there for 2 days, January 28th and 29th, and we did 3 open houses each day, seeing about 75 people per day. And then staff conducted an additional 6 meetings at the end of February and early March, seeing varying results across the different planning areas. In total, we received just shy of 150 maps. So this was the mapping exercise. So a pretty good number of maps, but I do want to note that we did not receive any maps for Sunlight or Upper Clarks Fork. So those 2 areas, we received some feedback in the questionnaire, but none at the open house. And then Upper South Fork, we only got 2 maps, Sage Creek only 3. So there's a few, excuse me, a few areas that we got really good feedback from through both efforts, and a few areas that we're going to prioritize getting some additional feedback as we move into this next round, and maybe have to kind of do a little bit more outreach in some of those areas to make sure we are hearing from those folks.
Okay, great. So getting into the questionnaire results, as a reminder, we opened the first questionnaire mid-January, and then we did extend it a little bit to ensure that we capture those that attended those later February meetings and early March meetings. So we closed it about 10 days ago. So it was open for about a month and a half, a little over. You'll see that over 75% of the respondents live in the planning area that they gave feedback on. So we did ask at the beginning of the questionnaire, do you live in one of the planning areas? If so, which one? And then which planning area would you like to provide feedback on? So seeing that majority of people did provide feedback on the planning area in which they live in. As you see the breakdown on the right-hand side of the screen, majority of responses did come from Cody Powell Rural Planning Area, followed by Cody Local, and then Clark. As Melissa said, we have a small trickle of those that live in areas like Sunlight, Upper Clarks Fork, and Upper South Fork. However, we did see some representation in the questionnaire. Overall, looking at the entire county, you saw that agricultural uses, when asked about the level of review respondents would like to see, really it is a limited review. So really allowing agriculture in all areas with very limited review in general. So that may be a term that is use by right. As you get down into the residential uses, you'll see a little bit more variation in the levels of review. Primarily single family residences wanted very little review, not so surprising there, but good to see that that is a trend that still exists. Whereas some of the other larger kind of or more density residential types will require a bit more review or a bit more regulation. For commercial uses, you see a bit more variation. So more regulation for large scale commercial, tourist oriented development, and also indoor recreation type uses. Whereas some of those other commercial uses that are a bit less impact on perhaps adjacent neighbors or the community at large had very little review desire. When you get down into industrial uses, there is more review appetite for standards for major industrial uses, warehouses, and mining and extraction. And then lastly, we asked about accessory or temporary uses. So this would just be special uses or special events, or like storage and shipping containers. Overall, we saw that limited review for special events and storage and shipping containers was desired by the community at large. I do want to note that it does vary quite significantly from planning area to planning area. So this bullet list is like looking at the all 1,800 responses. And what we are doing now is kind of fine tuning this, looking at more specific desires, planning area by planning area. Melissa, you can go to the next slide. So what are we doing with all this information? What are we doing with the open house feedback? What are we doing with all of this questionnaire responses? Well, we're starting to summarize and compile into a zoning and use table. So this is a preliminary use table. We're using Clark as an example here. So what you see is a list of all of the uses. These are uses that we asked either in the questionnaire or in the workshops. Those that are highlighted in yellow were ones that were not asked in the workshops, but were asked in the questionnaire. So you'll see how these two kind of come together into the draft use table. On the right-hand side, those colored bars are just showing the response rate and where people were leaning for Clark. So this is just a summary of people that live in Clark that provided information on Clark and what it will look like in a culminated use table. So like I said, agricultural uses, you see pretty much permitted with a little bit of variation in some of those types of agricultural uses. But predominantly it's allowed in many of the general zoning categories. These zoning categories up top are from the mapping activity. So this is the direction that most of the community was leaning for, specifically Clark. Down below in the residential uses, you see that there are a little bit different variations in the level of review that Clark residents wanted to see for various types of residential uses. The important thing to note is that we did see a bit of variation of these types of allowances within the categories based on the densities, based on the intensity of the use. So that's where you see that we have a dash for do not allow this use, a PH, which would be more of that higher review level, which may include a public hearing. We have an S for perhaps special standards that may apply before it is permitted, kind of hitting that medium review section. And then we have a P with an asterisk, which is saying maybe it's a minimal review. Maybe it's just a planning and zoning department review. And then the P alone, standalone, is just allow without permit and or staff review. So it may be a use by right in that sense. I know that there's a lot going on in this, but we just want to show that this is very much a summary of the open house feedback and also the questionnaire results. So what we're looking at is trying to strike that balance between any sort of conflicting opinions and then also capturing the consistency, it's the consistent opinions from use to use. Do we have any questions on this?
Questions from the commission? No, I think we can go ahead. Okay, great.
Great. And just a reminder, this is just a snippet of part of the use table there. Each area, when we go out in March, or I should say next week, there will be a table similar to this, but longer, that's got all of the uses that people were able to provide feedback on in the questionnaire and the open houses that filters all the way down. That's just a really long table, so we wanted to show you a snippet for today. So the other piece for March that we'll have and that we've been working on summarizing is all of the maps that people provided feedback on. We've been pulling all of that information into GIS data layers that then are showing kind of some blocks of color and more trends as far as these zoning categories. So if we go, I'm going to flip back and forth between these slides a little bit, so let me know if anyone gets sick. So at the top, up here, we've got the different types of use categories: residential 5, neighborhood commercial, general rural, agricultural, and estate residential. When you look at the maps, you'll see some of the same lists, or you'll see the same categories plus some expanded ones that may not be in Clark. So what we found is that, or I should say what we heard, which highlights the same things that kind of we expected to hear from folks, is that each planning area is different. There's some similarities across them, but each one is different. There is, some similar uses, some similar lot sizes. Specifically, if you look at this big yellow block up on the boundary of Clark and Cody Powell Rural, that's the same subdivision. So similar uses, but across this same planning area. What we heard generally is that that's the same. We want to see that kind of generally treated the same. And that's what we're trying to show. A lot of what we're doing, as Sophia's mentioned, is summarizing feedback. Next week, what we'll be bringing out is drafts of the maps and the uses for each planning area and each zone district to get feedback from the public on how close are we. Again, we're not pulling much of our own interpretation into this. We're trying to really stick to summarizing what we heard. The places where we will really want feedback is from some of these areas where we really didn't hear a lot of feedback. So Sunlight, Upper Clarks Fork, and Upper South Fork. Next week, we will have the map up online so people can zoom in and out. That's what this is kind of a draft screenshot of. You'll be able to zoom in and out and actually kind of look at each property and help us determine if the extent of the zoning categories is appropriate, or if we went a little too far or not quite far enough. But next week, we will have 6 meetings. Well, between next week and the following week, we'll have a meeting, 2 meetings on the 26th, 11 to 1 in Clark, 5 to 7 at Heart Mountain in Powell, or I should say at the Heart Mountain Hall at the Fairgrounds in Powell. Thursday the 27th from 11 to 1 at the Conservation District in Meeteetse, and then 5 to 7 at the Wapiti School Gym in Cody. And then Monday, March 31st, 11 to 1 at the Cody Auditorium, and 5 to 7 at the South Fork Fire Hall. As I mentioned, everything will be up on the project website, engageparkcounty.com. Probably the day before the meetings. So we'll have the map and then the couple questions that we're going to ask folks to help us provide input on. So that'll all be online. If you are unable to make any of these meetings, it'll be the same format for each meeting. But what we're trying to do is get to each different area of the county and give each community an opportunity to review their planning area maps and those use tables and really kind of dive into the uses and see kind of what their fellow residents have said and identify, again, how close we are. Some of the key questions that we'll be asking folks, and this is a kind of a screenshot of what the map for next week will look like, again, using Clark as an example. We'll be asking folks, are the preliminary draft working zones in the appropriate areas? So did we hit the right extent? Does this kind of encapsulate your feedback appropriately? Do the uses in each area make sense? So do the uses in each category reflect what is on the ground and also what you want to see in the future in each area? Do you feel that the level of review for each use is appropriate? So looking at that table that Sophie had up, or that we had up earlier, so that Sophie was speaking to, did those level of review feel appropriate? Thinking about the areas, so the blocks of color and the uses in each area. And then the last question that we'll be asking is around average lot sizing or minimum lot sizing. So we heard a lot of conflicting feedback, I would say, throughout the workshops that we did at the end of January and then through February and early March about how big lots should be in each area. And so what we want to talk with people about a little bit more here is, does there need to be a minimum lot size in each area or for each category? Or thinking in a little bit more flexible terms, are folks more comfortable with maybe an average lot size? So using this kind of yellow block up here, some of these lots are just under like 20 acres. Some of them are 15. Actually, that might not be a great example, but the point is, if someone can make, a 14-acre lot, a 16-acre lot, and an 18-acre lot that all average 15 acres, is that okay? Or should there be that hard minimum of 15 acres? So that's one of the questions that we'll be asking folks to kind of see what the appetite is for that more flexible standard rather than kind of a hard standard. Any questions on what we just presented? I know it's kind of a high level. We are working on creating a full summary with a couple pages per planning area, highlighting the uses, the maps, and all of that. But as Sophie said, we just closed the questionnaire since we extended it. So we're still working on pulling all that feedback together.
Madam Chair, Melissa, are you trying to encourage those who have already been at our shops to return? Are you looking for new people or a blend of both?
A blend of both. For those that did attend the last meetings, I should say the meetings in January, February, and then early March, what you'll see is instead of a blank map that we're asking you to provide feedback on, you'll see the actual kind of culmination of that feedback that you can then respond to and see if it's close, if it's not close. But we do also want to hear if you were unable to make the meetings or you're just hearing about the process. We really encourage you to also come provide feedback. I do want to note, though, if you come to one of the meetings in person, you probably don't need to go to other meetings because they will be the same. They won't be changing. There won't be anything different between them. Same with if you provide input in person and online, it'll be same activity. We're summarizing all of the information together. So there isn't a need for you to kind of block out time on your calendar to attend all of them. We're just trying to provide enough opportunity for people who have different kind of lifestyles and things to be able to provide feedback.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners?
Melissa, early in the process, we heard from some concerns. I think it was at our public hearing that multiple people could take the questionnaire, multiple times. Are you seeing any trends like that in the responses? So we've got about 1,800 questionnaire responses. Are you seeing any repetitiveness in that?
We did see a few responses from the same IP address within the same area, but we didn't see, what we saw mostly was that if someone clicked through and tried to kind of provide feedback multiple times, they didn't get all the way through the questionnaire the second time. So they stopped after that first page where you were able to identify where you lived, and then they didn't go through and answer questions about the uses. So those questionnaire responses did not show up, but also I want to note that, go back, we didn't see people responding like 8 times to the questionnaire in one planning area. And the trends are fairly clear across the areas. I mean, looking at, for example, agricultural straight across in Clark, we had 95 people who said allow without permit or review. So in order to really, for someone to go through and answer the questionnaire enough times to kind of sway that, they would have to have done a pretty significant effort to do so. And we just didn't see that. Like I said, we did see a handful of responses, but we wanted to make sure that we didn't discount anyone who maybe had 2 different people in their household respond to the questionnaire. So not to the extent that I think we heard the kind of fear about.
Thank you.
I may also add just to that note, although the 2 efforts of outreach may seem a little redundant, it is helpful to see that, you know, if with the in-person responses and also the questionnaire, there were trends aligning, like there were comments that were aligning. Had they been completely different or completely separate, then that may raise a red flag. But having kind of the I guess the what would you call it, redundancy in the process kind of helps remove any sort of skepticism around someone throwing a wrench in it, perhaps.
Thank you. Any other questions come to mind right now?
Madam Chair, Marissa, will we get this digitally to the commissioners, this presentation? It's very hard to read some of the graphs. I'd be very interested to look at this.
Yes, we can send it. But also this is kind of a working draft, and what we will have and what we'll be presenting kind of next week is more of that final, here's all the uses and how they've been pulled together for each areas. We're still finalizing that and the maps. But we will be pulling together, as I said, a full summary of the questionnaire, all of the responses, so that each planning area has a couple pages just detailing kind of the responses. The full questionnaire report is like 400 and something pages for each area. So because we did get a lot of response, but I can send some of these slides. I just will note that they are draft, and they may specifically the table and the maps may be updated by the by the meetings next week.
Okay. Understand. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you very much. So appreciate you taking the time to update us, and looking forward to seeing you in a week or so.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to our next agenda item. We're running a little behind, but I appreciate Tina being here and kind of waiting on her turn. So Tina, if you'd like to come forward, appreciate it. Tina is interviewing for the position on the Park County Parks and Rec Board.
Good morning.
Good morning. So the first thing I'd like to do is have you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in being on the Park County Rec Board.
Absolutely. I grew up on a farm in Southeast Idaho. I think that instilled a sense of recreation and being creative about recreation early on in my childhood. We then moved to Colorado for a few years, had 2 boys, and it was important to come back to Cody and raise our boys in the Park County area. So we moved back 14 years ago, have put our kids through the school system here. And as I mentioned in the letter, I think my boys have participated in almost every single activity that Park County has is available to offer. And it's just been a really rewarding experience for my family. about 5 or 6 years ago, I took a position at Olive Glen Golf Course as their coordinator there. Kind of got my feet into the fire with my first job in recreation. I took a job at the rec center as the administrative coordinator. Part of my responsibilities are coordinating the Shoshone Recreation District. I've been a member of the Cody Recreation Foundation for about 7 or 8 years. And so I just feel like with these different districts and different foundations, collaboration is key. And sometimes when we get these groups that come for specific funding, one group is not able to do it. And so to have the resources or to have some sort of collaboration amongst the different districts and foundations is successful for some of these groups that want to provide recreation opportunities or enhancements.
Thank you. We'll start some questions for you. Commissioner Stewart.
Back to me.
Okay. All right, we'll go down to Commissioner Mangle.
Thanks for applying, Tina.
Absolutely.
You've worked with the office manager at Olive Glen, so you've worked with numbers and such, right?
Yes.
As treasurer and things.
Absolutely. I'm familiar with budgets. I'm familiar with the application process. Actually, as part of my job there, I filled out the grants for Park County Parks and Rec District as well as Shoshone Rec District. So I'm familiar on both the front end and the back end, applying for the grants and awarding the grants.
I was at their last meeting and they had elections of officers except for one position in anticipation that you may be able to take that job. So there may be already a for you on the board. So it's one of those things, if you're not at the meeting, you're going to be elected. That's how that works. So, and we've always had the working relationship with the POW Rec Board, with Colby Stennerson on the board, and then with Rick when he was with the Shoshone Rec District, and it really helps out a lot to get information coming in from those other boards to our Parks and Rec Board. So
Sure.
I certainly appreciate you applying, and maybe we'll get you a new pencil so you can start doing our books for us. So,
Thank you.
not that I'm saying you're in, but
Thank you.
it's looking good.
Commissioner Simone.
Hi, Tina. Thank you for applying. Obviously, I think super qualified, and definitely share your experience of how important it is to have all these opportunities for our youth. And I know firsthand that your kids were in every program because mine were there with a lot of the time. So I think you definitely have the background, but just wondering what your thoughts are on some of the challenges that the Park County Parks and Rec Board may face, and what
Sure.
you see as its kind of biggest challenge going forward.
Similar to your board, not everybody's going to get what they want, right? And at the end of the day, I think sometimes you have to make decisions based upon the information that you have at that point. I think going forward with recreation-based opportunities in Park County, it's important to, one, think about sustainability, and not only sustainability of the groups that are trying to fund these projects, but sustainability of the particular project. You know, it's easy to award a project the first time, right?
Mhm.
You know, it's easy to find that seed money, but to keep it going with ongoing maintenance and depreciation and just all the other factors that come into play 5, 10, 15 years down the road. And who's going to take care of that? Because oftentimes you have those board turnovers. So I think in part, it's almost needed with the application and the presentation process when those groups come in to present their projects, is that sustainability piece.
Very good. Yeah.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
I've got two.
Okay.
Yeah, Tina, thanks for applying. It's very obvious you got a lot of strengths for this position. What would you say one of your weaknesses, your biggest weakness?
Saying yes. But that's a good thing. I think trying to balance, I mean, it's a strength and a weakness, right? You know, I don't like to tell people no. That's probably one of my faults, because I like to be able to think that I can do it all at the end of the night. But sometimes, you know, I think sometimes my boys take a brunt on that. Sometimes, you know, my work takes a brunt on that. But I think I've also come to a point in my life where my youngest is graduating. He's a senior. So I've got some opportunities as an empty nester coming up, and that's one of the reasons that, this position was attractive at this point. He'll be going down to the University of Wyoming, but yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, and second question, in these organizations involving kids, there's a lot of competition and getting the money for my group of people or this group of people. How do you balance that when you got so many organizations coming for money?
Again, I think it ties back to the application process, and part of the interview process. Anytime that we have that question come into play where there just may not be quite enough funds or there's questions about sustainability, I think looking, are the services being duplicated in Park County? I mean, obviously you have to balance PAL and Cody differently, but I'm speaking specifically to Park County Parks and Rec. Looking at that duplication of services and then just looking at how many groups or how many individuals you're going to be able to serve going forward. You want to provide opportunities for the minimum, but you have to balance that in terms of, who, again, how's that group going to be able to sustain that particular service going forward?
Thank you.
Commissioner Teal?
Madam Chair, Tina, I really don't have anything. I just want to thank you for applying. It's great to see people step forward and willing to put out for these different committees as opposed to sitting back and just bitching and chatting on their social media on how terrible things are. So thank you for stepping up.
Well, you're welcome. I would like to think, we all love Park County, right? And at the end of the day, one of the reasons I think makes Park County so attractive is all of our recreational opportunities. So it's a good thing.
I don't have any specific questions. I was on the Shoshone Rec Board when Tina came to help us at the Recreation Center. Watched how a lot of things got, I'd say, updated, organized, put together a little better, and we were able to do our job a little better on Shoshone Rec, and I really appreciated that. So more of a kudos. So thank you.
We miss you.
That's okay. I have a little work to do here. Any other questions? Thank you for applying. Okay, appreciate it. Thanks. Kelly, did you receive any other applications for this board position? Okay.
She checked your
The
spam box.
deadline is already up.
Yes.
So can we make a
Madam Chair.
motion?
Yes.
I move to appoint Tina Gale to the Park County Rec Board.
Second.
I moved and seconded to appoint Tina Gale to the Park County Parks and Recreation Board. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
We
passes.
also appoint her as treasurer.
That's up to you guys. Okay, with that, I do need a motion, I'm assuming, for executive session.
Madam Chair, move into executive session.
Second.
I moved and seconded to go into executive session, legal. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
I saw that, but I
Are
just
we gonna
didn't want to step over the
is Brian-
counter.
Brian is going to be on the phone.
I'm gonna call him right now.
Okay,
He
and
called a little bit ago.
Dustin was gonna come in, but I don't know if
Isn't he the one that always complains about us doing stuff live?
it's
Yeah.
not.
That's
Yeah.
why I wondered if we needed to move into like EOC. Or not EOC, but other meeting.
Okay, with that, back in regular session. Up next is Jeff Martin, Director of Homeland Security, review and approval of the EMPG grant.
Yeah, so every year, emergency management performance grant is up. We redid it for 2024. And we asked for, or we received 46,267 as a subrecipient to the grant. So I took it up to the county attorney. County attorney had some changes. I sent it back to the state. AG made the changes and now we have the revised copy. So I just did realize though that the county attorney also needs to sign off on it. So I can either take it there first and bring it back and drop it off. Probably the best way to do it. So
We usually have his signature first.
yeah.
To know that he's agreed to the wording.
Yep.
And what does this do for us?
So this is going to be the 50% that the federal government and state pay towards the salary, benefits and trainings for the emergency management office.
Madam Chair, basically without it, you don't have a job or you get half.
He gets half pay.
Either way is fine. Well, that's easy.
Yeah, we have that recorded.
The job is a reward in itself, so.
Madam Chair, question for Jeff.
Is that a, is it just a chair to sign? Yes, sir.
Can I make a motion?
You can on the attorney's approval, yeah.
Okay, I make a motion, Madam Chair, that we allow the chair to sign pending the county attorney's signature.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to allow the chair to sign the EMPG grant contingent on the county attorney's signature as to form. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Just like that, we're back on time.
Just like that. We're good. Okay, our 11:45 was a tentative on the agenda, kind of waiting on the governor's decision on the shooting complex legislation, and we do not have that answer yet, so we will be postponing that until April 1st. So, thank you. With that, commissioners, we do have a work session scheduled at 1 o'clock with the Planning and Zoning Commission on the DSR standards and technical committee discussion.
And that's up here.
No, it's downstairs. Okay, there will be no action this afternoon. Okay,
1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
Madam Chair, you take action to adjourn this afternoon? Yeah, we'll have to,
Afterwards,
if
at the
it's
end.
on our agenda.
So we don't need to